Oh my goodness. It's just nuts. Please don't tell me that you couldn't hear me a while ago. Jeez. It's crazy. I guess you can hear me now, right? I was talking to myself. Jeez. Oh, I'm sorry. Gosh. That's ridiculous. How embarrassing. I was wanting to see if the only reason I got on my phone because I wanted to see Barb. You need to be a mod. Um, and there we go. You say something, Barb, and I will look and see if that worked. Just say something like hello. Hello, Kim. Oh, okay. There's EVP. Okay. I'm sorry. Oh, come on. Oh, shoot. Okay. Oh, I need to. Did it work? Let's see. Okay. Invite. I'm so sorry, Eve. Hold on. Yes, Barb, it looks like it worked. Yay. Okay. Um, and I guess I was taken for granted that mods knew how to pin things for me and how to uh just completely block the bots if there's any. Oh, thanks, Barb. I really did think that you were already had a wrench. Um, and I don't understand why there's so many people that really just, oh, I want a wrench, I want a wrench, I want a wrench. Why? I mean it's not it to me it kind of is a big deal. I mean, I like to give my wrenches to people that has been around a long time who have just been there from the very beginning, shows support, you know. I did drop the link if Eve is listening. I am so sorry. I guess I was just talking to myself a while ago. Oh my gosh. I dozed off in my chair waiting for 11:30 and I don't know what the hell happened, but I apologize profusely. Hey, Kim. People call you Kimmy? No, thank you, Barb. And I love your paintings. That's one thing. You should be able to share that. Even I mean, have you ever thought about opening or doing getting a channel and painting um w- while you're on YouTube and selling your paintings and stuff like that? I think you should. I think that would be cool. Oh, there's my girl. There's my soul sister.
Hello.
Soul sister soul.
How are you this
How are
morning?
you, Miss Eve?
I'm good. It's been a morning. Um, I have 5 dogs living with me right now, and they are lovely. I love them, but I don't love the messes that they make when they are having whatever issues they're having. If they're not getting enough attention, they make messes. So I've been cleaning those up all morning.
Ooh.
So, but I'm good. I'm good. Hope everyone's doing okay, doing well today. The drama has definitely launched this morning. I don't know if you guys have seen all of the craziness, but
No, I haven't.
it's just, it would be nice to have one authentic day of just good vibes and good energy from YouTube
Yeah.
creators in the true crime community because it's getting a little out of hand. But anyway,
There is a lot going on with the Summer Wells case. Um a lot. And Eve, you want to let us know what's going on?
yeah. So there was, I don't know if you guys saw that there was a police uh, patrol called out to the Wells property on, I believe, the
January
19th,
19th. Yeah.
January 19th. And that was what, on a Thursday? Wednesday of last week. Now, I went on live, what was it, the 17th during the day and was like, things are going to start unraveling, okay, in between all of the people involved in Summer Wells, like directly. And that the parents were going to turn on each other and start to weave this narrative, right? That to pin each other against each other on a later time, meaning when Dawn goes to court in February,
Right.
and all of those little things. I think Candace is trying to pin some things on him, like, oh, we had to call the cops on him on the 19th because he broke my finger, and obviously there was no sign of that. Nobody was arrested. That's just what she allegedly stated to the police. So you're going to see all of these little throwing under the bus moves because the supporters that they had are not really supporting them. If you really look at it, there's a specific creator who is, what did he say? He felt like he needs to wean himself off of YouTube. No, you're weaning yourself off of a case that you had no business being in. That's what it really is. So all of the things, the foundation of what they were trying to create are crumbling. Thank goodness. And I think that we're going to have some arrests soon. I really do. I think that there's going to be someone that's going to crack. I really do.
Yeah. I do too. I agree.
So I'm excited. I'm ready. We're all ready. Justice for Summer Wells. She needs to be found. Um, However, she's going to be found when she's found. And we all know that it's part of a bigger problem of children being harmed and possibly related to trafficking. So, have you been able to get, any vibes from the Summer Wells and Rose Bly and all that? Um, Sherry, have you been able to kind of connect
Well,
at all?
I have been checking out these channels that you've been telling me about and getting some information from there.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's very scary. Now,
Yeah.
when all this very, very first happened, I was thinking, now, I know, I believe what happened to Summer. This is just a theory that I'm going to throw out there
Okay.
that BK, I hope y'all know who I'm talking about. If she was trafficked or taken from that house, I think BK would have been the one to do it. I'm just suggesting, I don't know, allegedly, it's just my opinion. Um he's tied into this somehow. I mean, he's put himself in here for a reason. And I don't know what it is.
Yep.
I heard you shuffling cards.
Yes, I've been in contact with Crystal Sorey from Harmony Montgomery's mother, the 7-year-old
Yes.
that's missing.
Yes.
And we barely got any sleep trying to hone in on the energy there. She's actually had some unfortunate run-ins with mediums. Bless her heart, putting her on a wild goose chase.
Oh, no.
Because I think that she had not only reached out to me but others to try to see, okay, who's legit, because there are a lot of fakes, right?
Right.
And a lot of attention seekers. And so obviously I was the last one that was still sane in her book, The Real Deal. And she was like, okay, so they're out. What you were saying in that reading with Harmony, there was two people's names that I have been trying to get in contact with, and they refused to talk to me directly. But the family members, the females and the family members are coming through, because that's how it works. When you have family members that dabble in drugs, the females always have to take the rap most times when it comes to stuff like this, because they're the sweet and innocent ones. They can handle it better than, let's say, someone who does drugs all day. They might slip up. So I said, Crystal, you need to get these people in that police station and make a report. You need to tell them that they need to question these people. But she was wanting, just to get information directly so that she didn't. I guess in the druggie world, you have to be careful who you ask questions to,
Right.
or go to the police on, because it's, I feel like this is gang related in some way with the knowledge. And I told her that this morning, and she's like, well, that's why I'm trying to get information first before I take that big leap. And I said, I don't mind doing it for you. Not at all. Not at all. Because the more that we sit on this, and the more that you try to protect, I know that you have a family to protect, but these people are out on the street still. And so there was a lot of convincing of what was the right thing to do. She hasn't been through this before, so it's not like she knows what to do.
Right.
Hell, I don't even know what to do. I'm working through it with her. And I think the best course of action is to go to the police station and give the names. And she's done this already, but not these specific people. When she did my reading, when she reviewed it. And she's like, okay, but what can I tell them? That I spoke to a medium? And I was like, no, what you can do is say, hey, I remember hearing, or I remember someone on Facebook stating that he was there and it's deleted, or whatever it may be, whatever it takes, honey, to get there into that police station and say, these are the people that I think might know something. Can you please investigate them? There's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with that. And so, and what I said earlier about the post being deleted. She really did get some information, but it was deleted. And so she couldn't grab the screenshot in time, right? So I said, do what you got to do. This is your baby. And so I think she's going to go down there. And I said, if you need my help, I'll call. I don't care. Anonymous tips happen all the time. I mean, I have no qualms in helping in any way. So it's just been a really difficult morning trying to find this guy on Facebook that we were talking about, and trying to see if there's anything that we can help send to the police to help, push them to interview this guy.
Right.
Kayla went to, had some kind of, not trial, but went to the courts to, I think, go into a program. I think it's a treatment program. And it's a program where you can still see your kids and stuff like that. So I think that that's what they were trying to get her out on bond with. It's called the Justice Day program. Let me look that up, so I don't want to misspeak. And then we'll get back to Summer. Sorry, I just wanted to let everybody know that's a day I've had.
I was curious as to what happened with that phone call, but that's that's private. But I was hoping you could share. There was something that you could share with everybody.
Mm-hmm. So it's a community-based group home called the Meaningful Day program. Meaningful Day. Freudian slip on the Justice Day. Maybe I was thinking, hopefully justice will be served while she's in there.
And is this a program that anybody can get into if they're in a if they're having a drug problem, so that they can get clean and still be able to see their children?
So I'm looking at it now, and it says that they create a daily schedule within where this group home, I think it's a group home, where they kind of not only get clean, but do exercises to get back out in the real world. So it's kind of preparing them for moving on with their lives,
right,
and getting clean. But the thing about it is that they don't even know if she's eligible, from what I heard in the meeting with the judge. So they don't even know that, first of all, and they haven't talked to them to work out the details of how she's going to get in contact on her bond agreement. She has to be in contact with the police department every day. And so there's things that she has to do, and I don't even think they've worked out the details yet. So I'm wondering if that's going to be pushed back until they get more information. But I haven't read or watched the whole entire thing.
Right.
So we're still just researching. But anyway, I feel like Harmony's case will be not like Summer's. I feel like that's going to be a lot quicker and a lot more swift than Summer's. It's just going to take some finagling to see who knows what and who cracks. And maybe they can bring a whole street gang down. Maybe there's a whole street gang out there that, because what I'm learning, guys, from the Department of Justice and Homeland Security is that street gangs are starting to now infiltrate, and they always have, but it's getting bigger. Street gangs are now into the human trafficking on a larger scale. And
that's big money.
Mm-hmm.
They say that, well, from what I've heard, human trafficking is actually a bigger moneymaker than drugs.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
it's
multi-billion dollar industry. I hate that's what the name is. It's an industry, but yeah, it's getting up there with labor trafficking and all that awful stuff. So I'm thinking that maybe Harmony's case, that there is something going on where Adam owed money. Harmony was the payoff of his debt. Now you have to understand that this man is still a suspect in a 2008 homicide. a shooting that occurred at a 7-Eleven, and 2 of his family members may have been involved. So that was fun, bombarding them and their family. That was fun. Thank goodness for Google Voice numbers, right? Um, Bombarding them and then working our way up to the criminal past that he's had, and seeing the people involved in that and saying, hey, do you know something? What happened when he shot that other person over drugs in 2014? Going there, working our way up. Someone knows in that little gang, but they don't want to be an informant unless they are complicit in this, right? Which is what police are supposed to do, and they are doing. I'm sure they are, but I don't think that Crystal is feeling like it's moving forward fast enough. And why, as a mother, I would be so far up law enforcement's butt all the time. That's just because we pay their taxes, and that's what they're supposed to do. They work for us. Within reason, I would be up there. Hey, anything new? Hey, here's what I have. Here's what I found. Here's what they said. I try to contact this person, that person, whatever it takes.
Right.
So, poor girl.
I really feel for Crystal. I really do.
Hi, 12 Step. Yes. Thank you, everyone who subbed to my channel who is here, and everyone else too. I'm glad.
And in mods, you have the I can't do it, but you have the ability to put Eve True Crime with Eve EVP in put her link in the chat, so everybody knows where to find Eve. She's amazing. I really respect this lady. She's just amazing. You've got to see her work if you have not seen it. And also, I've been trying to get some help with what I'm going through. I'm moving out of state. I'm leaving Saturday. So I've been asking people to donate if they can to my PayPal to help with that situation. My son, poor kid, he is footing the bill for most of this. And I don't like that. He's a kid. He shouldn't do that. He doesn't care. He says that he would be moving out soon anyway, and he would have these expenses with or without me. But I'm doing what I can. I have a disability check that comes in once a month, and that's it. It's really rough. So if there's a way that the mods can drop my PayPal link, or because I don't know how to do this. I really don't. But anything's very much appreciated. And subscribe, give it the thumbs up, all that kind of good funky stuff. But we're going to probably be getting into quite a deep conversation really soon. So please stick around. Watch EVP. Oh, did you do your link thing?
Yeah, I just went ahead and put it out there.
Okay. Yeah, always do that. If you're in the chat and you have a channel of your own, feel free to advertise it. I have no problem with that. Okay.
Yeah. I will say that I do have to jump off and get ready for a third interview. Honey, this is the third interview over a 2-3 week span to get this damn job that I have been manifesting for. But sometimes I'm like, hurry up. This is taking too long. I need money. So the interview kind of got pushed on me last minute. So I will have to probably 30 minutes. I would say 15 or 20 minutes I do have, but I will hit hard and heavy on the questions. So I apologize for the short notice. This happens to me all the time. I'm an accountant. So like clients will call and say, I need this now. I wish I could just be a medium all day long and make hundreds of millions of dollars, but that's just not how it works, right?
No.
And please, if you can help Sherry with her moving expenses, we all have been in situations, or some of us women have been in situations where we are limited within our financial means, and our partner being the breadwinner and having that kind of financial control, it's hard to separate yourself from that and get the stuff that you need, the financial money that you need to move and do your things that you need to do to have a better life. So please, if you can help, go to Sherry's PayPal and do what you can.
Well, thank you for that.
I understand that. I wish I could do more for you, Sherry. I do.
Welcome, everybody. Well, it's it is what it is,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. So give me 2 minutes. I'm going to go refill my coffee,
Okay.
and then let's get into the Summer Wells discussion.
Okay.
So that we can really have that kind of energy out today.
Okay.
Because things are coming. I'll
Okay.
be right back.
Then I'll be right back too. I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'm going to get me something to drink. And then we're going to listen to the amazing true crime with Eve EVP. She is freaking awesome. Love this lady. I'm back. So, I personally would love to be able to have people who I have read before
Mhm.
come on and tell your story about your reading sometime. But we're going to pay attention to Eve because we don't have her for very long.
Okay.
On it.
I know it. I'm sorry, guys. Life is hitting me in between the eyes
That's
these days.
okay. But when they keep calling you back for more interviews, that's a good sign.
That is true. That is true. I need stability, work stability. I have always been a workaholic, honestly, and me having taken this time off for my mental health while I'm going through this spiritual journey of mine has been worth not having those financial means like I'm used to. It's
Right.
worth it, and that's I think people really need to understand that chasing money is not always the answer. It really isn't.
It's not. If
It's
it's like I've always said this. If you're in a job that you hate and you're making a lot of money, when you go to work, you're crying on your way to work, you're crying on the way home. That's when it's time to get out. And
mhm.
it does not matter how much money you're making or how much money you're not making. Your happiness is so much more important.
Yes.
And when I got fed up with work, you know, I started standing up for myself. And I've told my employers before, if my children need me, I am out of here. If you feel like firing me, go ahead. But my family comes first. And when I did that, I got more respect from my employers.
Yep. Um, that was like the hardest lesson for me was having boundaries in the workplace. I would
Right.
always be a yes woman. I would do everything
Uh-huh.
and never get the benefits, and other people would benefit off of my hard work. And then because I wasn't in the clique, you know, corporate
Right.
world is cliquey, and especially in the accounting world, my God. And I'm a little odd, I got the red hair, and I used to have an eyebrow piercing. I mean, I was the not your everyday accountant, to say the least. And so what I ended up doing is working for myself and just getting clients and picking them up as I go and working for myself because um, it was just too much. I broke down. Something just broke. I couldn't go to work. I just could not physically get up and do it anymore. So there is a thing as work abuse, um, work overload. People, there are bad people in your sometimes in your jobs, and it's not worth having more money to put up with that and be
Right.
miserable. So anyway, I'm doing a little spread to kind of help me through. I'm not doing a reading necessarily. I'm just kind of connecting in with what's going on in the Summerwell's case so that we can kind of go through what me and Spirit know to be true about what's in the works right now. Okay.
Okay.
I do have big, I knew this was going to happen, big arcana cards. So there's major arcana and minor. The
What's that?
major the major arcana cards are the bigger picture, bigger energy in the works. And I've already got two right here, and
Makes sense
they're
already.
big already, just right off the bat. And so I asked Spirit, what is going on in the Summerwell's case right now, from what I know to be true. And what is known to be true is that law enforcement, in my opinion, and not just local, but TBI, know the bigger picture of what is happening to these children in Tennessee. There are some corruption within both of, in my opinion, allegedly, there are people that know how to, within the law enforcement, they know about it and they're complicit. So that's in the works too. And and so anyway, I pulled the Chariot reverse, which the Chariot is about bringing forth news, information, and it's reverse, meaning that they're waiting still. So we're still in the waiting game right now. But the hangman uh, is about someone who is being kind of willy-nilly with their knowledge about the case. They're just letting things happen. And the first person that I thought of was Andrew Hilt, Hunter's father. I truly believe that this person is protecting someone who has not come forward, who has not shown their face. But his bestie is who I'm talking about. And I don't want to put names out there today. But once my live gets enabled again, you can go and watch it for yourself. So I think that that's in the works. They know, and they're waiting. There's a conflict, a fighting, 5 of Wands, which means see how everyone's fighting. No one's on the same page anymore. I mean, you know how for the past 5 months it was such an orchestrated. It's actually kind of genius how orchestrated the true crime YouTube community worked together and was complicit in Don Wells and Candace Bly being so innocent or making excuses. Like it was really convincing to some people and still is, but that is falling.
Yeah.
Have you noticed even the biggest Don Wells supporter, Prayer Garden, is slipping?
Well,
in little ways, letting Ernie on her live. I would have never thought she could ever do that.
but she dropped him really, really quick.
And there you go. There is no loyalty to anyone outside of the Wells on certain creators. But what I'm saying is she's even opening her eyes. And that's probably the most stubborn woman I've ever seen in my life. And not in a good way at all. So it's just pretty amazing that people who I think know, Dawn and Candace very well are backing out. Cher did it. I mean, she still talks to him, right? And so does obviously BK, but you don't see the same narrative being portrayed. There's a reason. And it has to do with law enforcement and knowledge. Absolutely. I cannot believe how awesome Rose Bly is, guys. When you connect with Rose Bly as a medium, it's you can feel the I wasn't meant to be in this family. Like she comes through and says, I was never meant to be a part of this circus.
No,
she really means that too.
She's definitely separate from this family.
Yeah.
She separated herself. Her energy is not with them. She does not believe in the things that they do.
Big chills. She never did. And she always knew that her sister, her older sister, was a dangerous woman from childhood. By the way, Rose came to me once and said that Candace, when she was younger, would bully her to the point of just no return.
Yeah.
And Grandma would let it happen.
I can believe that.
Grandma would be complicit in that.
I think it was because Rose was so beautiful. Inside her soul was so pure compared to the rest of them. And that's why they picked on her.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And the people that were surrounding Rose took advantage of her. She was feisty, don't get me wrong. Rose could throw down anytime. She was strong. That's what was really important about Rose was because her spirit and passion were so strong that and she didn't let people push over her when she got old enough to realize that what was happening to her was wrong. Um, but she always felt so disconnected from her family because of the things that they did, drugs, partying, maybe some other nefarious things, that she totally disconnected emotionally from them. And when she started to fight back is when things escalated within that year period where she got gone. So there's a connection there of how she got to that point and how she was, in my opinion, murdered.
Yeah.
But it wasn't directly because grandma hurt her. It was just leading up to the fact that she was trying to get away from her family life. She was really trying to get out of that with the man that she was with the kids. And in that link there, someone hurt her. So the similarity, in my opinion, between Rose and Summer is that they have connections. It's all about the connections that these people have. If you go and research Grandma, Dawn, Candace, and everybody around them, they follow. There's people that follow in Wisconsin, Oklahoma, Utah, Kansas. They seem to show up at certain times around them when they move. So I'll just put that out there and you can deductive reason what that would mean.
Well, see, I've always said from the very beginning that they were connected with what happened to Rose, and you just explained to me why I was getting that connection.
Mm-hmm. See, sometimes criminals are good at having situational awareness as a tactic to use for a later date to say, you owe me. You want to know why you owe me? Because I know this about you and I could turn you in a minute. Or I know somebody that could do something to you. This is the type of energy that I've always got on, especially Rose's family on her side, Candace's side. That's why you don't hear a lot about the grandparents and who their connections are. You don't hear a lot about them. You don't usually hear about the leaders of these, things that are going on in the world. You see the cronies doing the hard work. Right. There's a reason for that. So I think that's good. Okay, so the Hangman and the Chariot. We went over the Five of Wands. Now, the Tower right here. The Tower is represents Virgo, which is actually Rose. So she was kind of guiding this one. That's why I brought her up. It's reversed. And what the Tower represents is an immediate and abrupt change. Okay. But when it's reversed, it means that there's a stagnation of that change. Just like I said with all of this stuff. So this person, the Hangman, the person that has this information that showed up out of nowhere and started going on lives and started spewing a bunch of crap, this one is trying to hinder that change, but what he's actually doing is pushing it forward. Here's the Nine of Cups, an emotion attached to the situation with Summer Wells is reversed. Nine of Cups is representing a step backwards and a hindrance from showing his true emotional self. However, he's about to get pushed over the edge. This person, the Hangman, he's about to get pushed over the edge. Because now what you're seeing is that he exposed his true self as a father, yelling at his poor daughter on live. And do you think that YouTube was just going to, people of YouTube were going to just sit back and let him yell at her like that? No. So now what you're doing is allowing your true self out there for everyone to see. And that is going to be your demise, mister, because you know something. You know something about Hunter. You just said that he went to Doug's, he emailed Doug, I think, and said, hey, we're going to press charges, or there's a case open about Candace and Hunter's relationship. I don't know if anybody knew that. This is big. That's huge. Because why did it take you that long? Allie, why didn't you do something about that? The court order stated that y'all were supposed to monitor the phones, his phone that he had in 2020 and 2021, and you weren't doing it. Or you would have already had a case open, correct? So that is the key that we've been waiting on right there. We've all thought about Hunter and Candace's relationship for a very long time. We've always knew it was wrong or there was something off about it. And instead of Andrew protecting that, because I think that's what he was doing to save Hunter from whatever, he was forced to. He was forced to. And now, here we go. Here's the push. So I pulled this oracle card. This deck that I have is a very strong deck. It's one of my strongest. And it sums up my readings that I do with whoever it is. And this one says crystals and herbs. Now, the people that the team that made these cards are practicing, I believe, in witchcraft, and that's cool. That's their prerogative. That's wonderful. I do you, right? But it's all about the meaning and the energy between me and my guides, not who made these, right? So I'm just saying that they have a lot of Wicca undertones, like witchcraft vibes. But that's not relevant to me. What is relevant is that it says, oh, what medicine, what sacredness to behold, a dash of healing straight from the mother's home. Candace. All of that nefarious stuff that was going on between Candace and Hunter mostly happened at her home. I pulled this card 3 times this morning. 3 back to back. Do you know how random or how hard that would be to pull one card 3 times back to back in a deck of 78 cards? There is no chance in hell that is just a coinky dink. So what I'm trying to say, guys, is that I got chills everywhere too. Candace and Hunter's relationship, if in fact Andrew Hilt, Hunter's father, put those charges against Candace, this is going to steamroll this case into another level. Steamroll it. So we really got to be careful what we say and who we support in the next coming weeks, because you're going to see a lot of backpedaling. You're going to see the PR team working overtime. That's what I'm trying to say. Does that make sense? Do you feel that, Sherry?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So, yeah, Rose is like, uh-huh. And guess what? I'm next. Me. Guys, Rose Bly had babies too when she went missing. She deserves justice too. She's next. And you know who's going to help that along? The interview room. Seriously. This is going to be such a bombshell. Everyone's just going to be like, I see Rose is showing me this, like, that was not expected. You know what I mean? What? Yeah. I just see everybody collectively going, are you kidding me? There's going to be some things that we obviously know, but there's going to be this caveat, a big one. So I'm excited to see that. But however, right at this moment, yes, it is building. It's stagnant right now, but it's building. But those big cards are telling me that it's only stagnant for now, but it will get escalated. It will. This case is going to be launched into crazy. Y'all just don't know. um, I do, guys. I do feel bad for H. I do. You, it's not okay to manipulate a teenager like that. It's not okay to manipulate someone like that, even if they seem older and they seem like, you know, they have more of a knowledge to be a big boy and be an adult and do all these drugs with these people. It is not okay for the parents to get away with that. Not. You could not like Hunter. That's okay. He had parents that weren't very good parents. He was a product of his environment. However, we need to hold them accountable for that. This is what nailing predators are. Not just like predators against children in a sense of that way, trafficking. I'm talking about abusers, mental abuse. These parents are setting up this child for the rest of his life to have this hanging over his head. They helped with that. They allowed him to be around a woman who had an inappropriate relationship and sent inappropriate things. Don even said it himself.
True.
Don said it himself. And so, I mean, why would you come and fight a man who was staying with you when you were out of town? Because there was something nefarious going on. And that's Andrew's friend, guys. Do you see the connections run deep?
Mm-hmm.
That's just the glitter over shit. What the shit is, excuse my language, is the foundation of what these people do, which is drugs and inappropriate relationships and connections to these people who are really into the bad stuff, the really bad stuff.
Yeah, and it runs really deep, deeper than you can really wrap your mind around. It's
Mm-hmm.
crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But everyone's going to say, oh, you're looking too much into this. You're making a mountain out of a molehill. Well, I'd rather make a mountain out of a molehill than to find a missing child under one because you won't do the right thing and own up to your mistakes as a druggie and a criminal and protecting other people from it, from serving the time that they deserve. How about that?
Right.
I will take that. I will die on the hill knowing that, hey, if I was wrong, at least it was in good intent.
Someone in chat said that Doug paid Andrew $500 for that interview.
I don't know if it was Doug. I really don't, but I did hear that he was paid. I don't know who.
Oh.
But when I was in Ernie's chat and Doug was in there, I did say, man, you know who's complicit? Because I'm not sure who it was. I really don't know. But I was like, you know who's really complicit in um, these predators? Content creators, big content creators. The ones paying $500 for a piece of shit to go online and talk down to their own daughter, to be the biggest piece of crap I've ever seen, and to hustle money. That's exactly what Andrew did. He capitalized on his poor son's um, situation
Right.
with Summer Wells. That is a predator, in my opinion. That's predatorial behavior.
Yeah.
That's what they do. And take that fucking panda eye, excuse my language. Take those pandas off your stupid ass Facebook and your YouTube, you idiot. If you haven't already.
Yeah, I don't know if a lot of people, because I didn't know what that meant,
Yeah.
but there may be people here that don't understand what that is until you actually see the picture.
Right.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
It's something that you'll never forget. I'll tell you that.
Mm, 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 mm. Never, never.
So, are you in contact with Ernie Shell?
Not directly, just on lives. So we've been hopping in between, people's lives that we support, like True Crime Exposed. And we do have email. I think I emailed him twice and he responded with the bills that he's trying to push for reform. Um, but I don't think he's an email kind of guy. He's just a social media kind of guy where he jumps on lives and just kind of does that while he's doing what he's doing. So, but yeah, I mean, we're in contact basically. I guess you could say that, yeah.
Because I would like to talk to him and, I just, I don't know. I would just like to get his point of view.
Yeah.
Um, because I mean, I've never spoke to him. I've never, I've heard stories. The only thing I've ever heard about Ernie was about him, um, naked running, on drugs, naked running down the highway or something.
I
But
saw the video.
I've never seen it.
I mean, if I had to see what he saw, I'm not making excuses for that behavior. I mean, it is what it is. He didn't kill anybody, so that's good.
Yeah.
or harm a child. But I think that sometimes when you live, especially in Tennessee, Kentucky, places like that, you just do off the wall shit. I mean, you really just do. And when you see the things that I think Ernie has seen, um, and I think that there's some trauma there that I don't want to
Well, see, and that's
blast, but I think he's
mhm.
got something going on from his past that creeps up every once in a while and shows it's the trauma, and it happens to everybody in certain ways. It's just the fact that he is now um, so out there in the social media world that it's going to come up, those little things when we all slip up and mess up and show our trauma.
Well, my thing about Ernie is I get that there was some kind of abuse in his life to make him want to do what he's doing. Because normally a man doesn't really get into things the way he's doing unless there's some kind of trauma in his past.
Yep. Well, we'll see the truth. I mean, I've always had my reservations about Ernie, even when this all began, and I still do. I always sit back and watch, and um, I don't get the ill feeling that there is any um, bad intent about Ernie and children at all. I think that the chase of him, the chase of getting these bad guys are really what Ernie truly appreciates and wants to do and has been doing is the catching of the predators. Um, and that's fine by me.
Yeah,
I have no qualms about that intent at all. Thank you. Um, as long as he is not harming children, do what you got to do. Sometimes you have to take what you are given, no matter what you think it should look like or be.
right.
Just because your daughter or son didn't become a doctor but became a nurse, kind of shit, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Take what you can in this world. It's not
Well,
going to be perfect.
see, and I would like to speak to him. I trust your opinions because I know your energy is good.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say, well, I'd like to interview BK. No, that would be just like interviewing the devil himself. Hey, Marcy.
But what we really need to focus on, though, Ernie is doing what Ernie does. Okay,
Yeah.
Ernie's going to do what Ernie does, and sometimes it's goofy, and sometimes it's great. The point is that we really need to be focusing on the good things that people with good intent does, and also exposing the ones that are trying to pull the wool over your eyes.
Right.
That's it. That's what this entire case has been. But not always taking these big lead content creators' words as truth, questioning and researching it, and also try to think about what do you think the creator who has information, they always have new information or some kind of spin-off of information, what are they going to try to use to get more likes, clicks, and blah blah blah
Yeah.
with that information that they're leaving out? Do you know how pissed off I get when I see content, these big creators that left out this information, didn't say this, didn't say that, had direct conversations with Dawn or Candace or someone, and only expose it 6 months later? Kiss my grits. That is content clicking, like baiting, super chat baiting. That pisses me off. Why would you do that? There's only one explanation: content. It really chaps my ass. It's not about wanting to know the information right then and there. Obviously, that would help, but it's why wouldn't you give everything you had in full force to people who could start thinking about new ideas?
Right.
Because their intent is shit. That's why. So again, that's why I always try to tell everyone, please, just because they're charming, just because they make you laugh all the time, watch them, great, sure. But don't enable them when they get called out. That's all I'm
Right.
saying. Call them out and make sure that you're complicit and say, yep, fooled me. Maybe I shouldn't donate all that money to this person and give my energy to another small creator who is really trying to make a change. You know what I mean? That's just my thing. We got to change this energy source and how it's being spent and allowing people to take it from subscribers. I know, I feel like a mom. Don't make me spank your fanny for going and spending time with those, you know, bad teenagers over there in the corner. Go to church. I don't mean to come off that way. It's just this is how it changes. This is
No, Karen, I got him again.
these bots always come in here and my chats too. It's crazy.
Well, I mean, I have moderators for a reason. And I mean, I can't, there's times I can't watch my chat, especially if I'm doing a reading, because it's like an out of body thing. And, yeah, I know it's deleted. I deleted it, but I mean, that's what moderators are for, is, you know, deleting bots and putting in links, and it's weird.
I think I just got an email that my live is ready to that it's back. Woohoo!
What happened? Oh,
It got flagged for
yeah.
3 different things, and when it's 3 different things from
Thank
three
you,
different
Heather.
three different creators, or I don't know, something like that, then it goes into this like 72-hour hold. It was crazy. I've never seen this before. I'm not even monetized, so I don't know how that works. But those trolls, man, they're good. They're good. All right, guys. I am running behind, so I gotta jump out, get in the shower, and get this freaking job that I've been trying for 3 weeks to get. I said, "Is this
Well,
the last interview?"
we will send you good energy.
Thank you so
Um,
much.
and if this is what God wants you to do, then you'll get it.
Thank you. Thank you. If it's right, it'll happen.
That's right.
Thank you, Dave. I appreciate it. And everyone, please like this live and subscribe if you haven't. And guys, I will see y'all later. And Sherry, please feel free to email me
I
if you.
did.
Oh, you did.
Yes, I did.
I haven't gotten any emails. I think I might have given you the wrong one.
I got it off your YouTube
I hope it's right.
about section.
Gosh, I hope it's right. I had to make a new email, and I don't. Did I? Ooh, I'll check. But I sent you the actual correct one. So in the private
Oh,
chat.
good
So
Lord. I hope so, because I gave you a bunch of numbers. They're
ah,
personal information, high security, like
I'll check my spam.
social,
I'll
stuff
check
like
it.
that. And it'll be under native Cherokee female at
Oh,
gmail.com.
I got it. It was in spam. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I got it. Okay. All right,
Okay.
guys. Have a wonderful day. Drink your
You,
water, get some sleep, and or get some rest. And I will see you next time.
all right. Thank you, Eve.
Thanks. Bye, guys.
Bye. Isn't she awesome? I love her. 12-step woman. And you're the one we call 12. Is that correct? Let's see. When am I live again? Um, I'm not sure because Friday, this coming Friday, me and my son are going to be packing up this U-Haul. Well, we got to go get it. We're going to pack it up, and then Saturday morning we are leaving Kansas. We're not in Kansas anymore. Um, and I will be taking you on a little journey with me through this. And my daughter has had COVID, and we were going to stay with her. Supposedly, she's doing okay. However, Sherry, you should go on Ernie's panel today, and then you could ask questions. Oh, is he going to be live today? 2 Central. Um, hmm. And what Ernie's panel? So what do I go to? What's his what like on his YouTube thing? I don't even know his channel name. Really? Ernie? Yeah. Well, I just want um information. Yep, that's the right email. Okay. Um oh hell no, I'm not going to miss Kansas. It's like a desert. Well, the part that I live in is very flat. There's no trees. There's a lot of fields, dirt, cows, which I love the cows. I don't like the way they smell, but I do enjoy them. I've learned a lot being here because I really didn't realize how much work and planning and communication and just hard back breaking work having a ranch or a farm really is. So I came from a city. um I was born in Fresno, California. We lived in Bakersfield, we lived in Los Angeles. um when I was 10 years old, we moved from California to Oklahoma. Oklahoma is where my mom and my dad were born and raised. Um, but they moved to California. I don't know why. There was, I don't know the reason for it. Um, I know when we were little, my dad would just come home from work and pack your shit. We're leaving. We're moving here. We're moving there. And that happened a lot. A lot. And we moved to Oklahoma August of 1976. And I was used to a city. When my dad told us that we were moving to Oklahoma, I thought of cowboys, Indians, like, what was the name of that show? Gunsmoke, where it was tumbleweeds and shootouts and all this kind of stuff. And my dad showed us the city of Tulsa. I was reading chat. Sorry. Ari said, well, maybe I should back up. Dave the teddy bear. A lot of people have mental illness. Doesn't make them a bad person. I have PTSD and panic disorder. I have PTSD. I have um, chronic depression and anxiety. Ari says, did you see that clip where he kept calling LE to his house? Then he ended up walking around on a highway completely confused, paranoid, and when state troopers were trying to help him. I'm assuming that's Ernie. And that's the thing. Um, I can go without my antidepressant for 2 days and I'm feeling it. 3 days, I'm feeling it really bad. If I go much longer, um, it's not a very good situation because that's when I want to die. And mental illness is bad. It's not something that people can just get over or snap out of it. And when you get depressed, you don't want to reach out to people because you feel like you're a burden and they really don't care. Even though they say that they care, call me if you need anything. I love you. No, your mind tells you these people really don't care. You know? You don't want to call somebody crying because your mind is the most powerful tool in your body. It can talk you into things, it can talk you out of things. I have been to the point where I have seen things that were not there. I've seen people that were not there. I called the police. I called my husband. They came to the house. This went on for a couple of days. The police told my husband, keep her in the house. Do not let her out of the house. If you let her out of the house and she's still like this, or if she does not get better, we're going to have to put her in a hospital. So I was made to sleep for 2 days at home in my own bed. So the medication could get into my system so I could get over this. I mean, I saw things that I wanted to prove that I was really seeing these things. So I was taking pictures with my cell phone. And then whenever I got better, I looked back at these pictures and there was nothing there. Even though I had a shovel and I was beating things to death, like snakes and things. I mean, I told the police that these people had broke into the garage. And I could not understand why all my screaming at these people, they were not looking at me. They were not responding to me. But the reason that I was doing that was because I have problems sleeping. Because when you have PTSD, anxiety, depression, you're a psychic, you're a medium, you can connect to spirits, you see so much freaking tragedy, and they come to you when you're asleep and they want your help. You have no rest. I was not sleeping. And there is such a thing that if you do not sleep, you hallucinate. So I was hallucinating. And truck drivers get it. And I forget what it's called, but there is a word for it. There's a name for this. Not sure what it is. Oh, I don't mind sharing things. Anybody can ask me any question, and I will be totally honest with you about everything. I don't have anything to hide. I don't hide anything. I mean, my biggest secret was my abilities, and that's out. So anything else is just nothing to me. I mean, I went through hell of abuse with my first husband. You know, when digital cameras first came out, he bought one or brought one home from work or something. I don't know. But he was like, "Oh, these are cool, let's take some pictures and I'll delete them right after I take them." Uh-huh. Sure he did. No, what he did was he went to work and he put them on everybody's computers. He downloaded it and put it on his entire work. I mean, it was out there. These pictures of me were out there. And a lady from his work called me and told me what he did. This was before I knew what was going on in my own house. And when I went through that, I went through a period where I didn't trust men. I'm not afraid to admit it. I was scared of men. I couldn't trust them. If you're suicidal, you shouldn't be arrested. Um, they police will come and get you and take you to a hospital. And I've been to a hospital. My screw up was, I think it was a Friday night when I was taken in. And so I had to spend the weekend. That didn't count because there was no doctors there or something. I don't remember. I really don't remember all of it, but the weekends don't count when you get put into a hospital like that. And it's almost like being in jail because you are locked in. There are armed guards. Um, Everybody stays in their room from 10 o'clock till like 7 o'clock in the morning. When you first get there, you have to completely strip, and they look you over for, um, well, drugs probably, but they look you over for, like, if you've been cutting yourself or if you've been trying to hurt yourself in any way. Then they give you scrubs to put on and hospital socks. You sleep on, and at first I was thinking, okay, hospital, yay. I can lay in the bed and get room service and watch all kinds of stuff on TV and, you know, yeah, whatever. No, it wasn't like that. It was it was like a box, wooden box with like a 1-inch mat on it. You get a pillow and a blanket. There's no TVs, there's no phones. You can only have your cell phone for a certain period of time to make calls. Um, During the day, everybody has to stay out of their room because that's how they watch you and they want you to mingle. They don't want you to be alone thinking or trying to find a way to hurt yourself. So everybody has to stay out of their room. You have to ask for showers. And if somebody comes to visit you and you want to put your makeup on, you have to ask for your makeup. They will not let you have nail clippers, tweezers, scissors. Um, Nothing had strings like your pants to tie them. Um, they made sure that, I mean, if you were in the bathroom for very long, they would check on you. They had meal time. They had pill time. I made a lot of friends there, though. There was a lot of good people in there. Just people that you know, they've just been through a lot, you know? They've been abused, they've been hurt. It's not like they chose that life for themselves. Well, we weren't allowed shoes, but we just, that everybody wore the same thing, the same kind of scrubs, same colors. Um, there was one girl that just walked the halls constantly. She didn't sit down, she didn't watch TV. I colored. I had we had all kinds of colored pencils, and we had papers. Wasn't in a book, but it was like coloring book pictures for adult coloring, and I did that most of the time. Oh, and then there was group therapy, um, which was kind of, I don't know. It wasn't even really, I don't consider it to be group therapy because it was more like classes. And a lot of these people had been on drugs, and that wasn't my problem. My problem was my anxiety attacks. So I spent the weekend plus a freaking holiday. So this did not count as my days of being in there. So I spent extra time because of my stupidity of what I did to get put in there. Then there was a day where I got really fed up and I hadn't taken my anxiety medication, which was again my fault. And I ended up getting arrested for destroying somebody else's property. Well, you know, it's always me that gets screwed in these relationships. My first husband kept all the photographs of me pregnant, me delivering my children's photographs, all the memories that I had. Of course, you know, I didn't get a whole lot out of that. Uh, I mean, materialistic things I got. Um, I had to go buy a car. I mean, this guy, the little plastic things you put in your drawer and you put your knives and forks and spoons in? He wouldn't even let me take that. And that stands out in my mind. I don't know why. I guess because it was such a petty thing. But he should have actually been in jail. And his father should have been in jail because his father, back in 1965, was arrested for what he was doing to little girls. And they remortgaged their house to get him out. And this man, my ex father in law, he, thank God he's dead now. Um, but yeah, he was um a CM. And I never understood. I didn't think about it at the time. But when he would come over, my girls would run in the bedroom and lock the door with a homemade lock that my oldest daughter made. Of course, I was just thinking, oh, they're just playing. They're running through the house, silly girls. And he would come in the house and he would look around and he would ask where my husband was, which was his son. And I thought, that is so stupid. And I would say, he's at work. I mean, he knew he was at work. So I don't know why he came in and would ask. And he would kind of look around suspiciously, kind of, like over his shoulder type thing. And then he would ask where the girls were. And I told him they're in their bedroom playing. And there was one time that, well, I just remembered something just now. Son of a bitch. I remember him coming over and taking my oldest daughter out to see his mother, which would have been my daughter's great grandma. And they would stay gone all day long. And this happened quite a bit. And he'd say he was going to take her fishing and all this. She could play out there and ride the horse and all this kind of bull crap. And do you know, every one of these son of a bitches in this family knew what he was doing because he was doing it to them. And my daughter, one of my daughters, I didn't know this was going on. I was so dumb. We had got together at a relative's house. It was a 4th of July weekend thing. And we were all in and out of the pool. And my daughter, well, my ex father in law from my first husband, was in the pool. And he wanted me to put my daughter in there. I wasn't thinking anything about it. She was like maybe 3, 4 years old, something like that. Well, my niece saw what he was doing to her under the water in the pool, right? So she went and got my daughter away from him, which I appreciated. But why didn't anybody freaking tell me? Why didn't anybody tell me what the hell was going on? But even before this happened, when my mother in law from my first husband, which would have been his wife, she got cancer. And she says, we was over there one day visiting, because she was sick and we knew it. So we spent a lot of time over there. And she started telling me stuff. That's how I found out about what happened in 1965. This man should have been in prison. He should have died in prison. And you know what the family said? They grabbed her and turned her away from me. The daughter, her daughter, my ex sister in law, the only ex sister in law I had, and she knows who she is, took her mother, turned her around, told me she's got cancer. It's just all the medicine that they're giving her. That's the only reason she's saying these things. Don't listen to her. I was kind of like, what? 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 Why is she saying? What is going on? That raised alarm bells in my mind. And I didn't understand until I looked back. After it was all done and over with, I looked back at all the signs that were flashing, all the flags that were waving. They were on freaking fire waving at me, and I didn't see them. That's one reason why I started my channel, was because I want people to see the signs. There are so many signs that you can see, even when it comes to a infant, like a baby. Um, a baby will react to people that want to hold them. Or a child, a toddler, will scream and beg, "Don't take me back, don't take me back, don't make me go, don't make me go." You need to question those things, because my oldest used to scream and cry, "Please don't make me go back there. Please don't make me go back there." Well, my mom didn't know any better. She didn't she knew something was wrong. She didn't know what, or at least she didn't tell me. But when my daughter was 15 years old, my oldest one, she was the warrior in the family. She stood up. She called my mom. I was at work. She called my mom and she told my mother what was happening to her. So my mother called me at work and I freaking fell apart. I went home. I did not clean up my mess. I took off my apron and I took off and I sped all the way home. I went home. I went to my bedroom, grabbed my gun, making sure it was loaded, took off out the front door, and my husband at that time grabbed me and said, "Where are you going?" And I told him, I said, "I'm going to go talk to your dad." He said, "No, you need to calm down. You need to calm down." When I got there, everybody was sitting on the couch like it was an intervention or some shit. He is making excuses for his father's actions. Red flag? Yes. Big red flag. Because if somebody is denying that it's a possibility, you need to question that. Always listen to your children. And children, when they go through this, they are told, if you tell anybody, I will do this to your little sister, or I will kill your family, or whatever. They will tell a child anything to manipulate them, and they're good at it. They've done it all their life. These kind of people are like this from the very beginning. Generally starts during puberty or before, a little bit before, and it never, ever stops. There is not a magic potion. There is not a magic pill. There is not castrating them, will not work. Nothing cures these people. Nothing. No amount of therapy, nothing can help these people. Nothing cures these people. Once they do it, they don't stop. But they get sneakier and sneakier. And I'm telling you, it's people in the family or people at school or church or their coach or anything. Never, ever leave your child alone with another person. Even if they go to the doctor. You know, I've had boys, and doctors check boys to make sure that both of their testicles have descended. I understand that. That's normal. I mean, it's a physical. Um, my son's calling me. Hold on just a second, guys. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, guys. Sorry. My son comes first, and he was just needing some information, and I had to go through some papers. Um, but no offense to anybody. Not at all. Um, we are just trying to get all of our little ducklings in a row, is all. Um, and, I don't know why, but it seems like anytime that I try to do anything for myself, that's when somebody wants me. It just works that way. It's like nobody wants you until you get in the bathroom, right? It's ridiculous. But um I got him his information. Um and like I was saying, there was one time when this ex-father-in-law of mine from my first marriage, he came and he called and he asked if he could take my girls and let him spend the night with him in his new place that he got. And I thought it was neat because he cared about them and he wanted to spend time with them. Ugh, what a mistake. But it's done and over with. I didn't do it. But I will tell you, my girls were raised in the same household with the same rules, and they took these things that happened to them completely different from each other. One was very promiscuous and did drugs and left home, and she would come back a couple of weeks later dirty, full of lice, doped up. And the other one stayed in her room and cut herself and was depressed and didn't want to live. So, as a mom, as a mother, can you imagine what that was doing to me? I mean, I know now hindsight is always 2020, right? Always. And you never really know what's the real picture until you look back on something. I want people to follow their gut instincts. Don't listen to your head that tells you, well, it was an accident. He was angry. He didn't mean to hit me. He said he'd never do it again. And your heart saying, but I love him. He'll change. He'll never do it again. Don't listen to your head. Don't listen to your heart. Listen to your gut. What does your gut tell you? Your gut instinct. Now, the relationship that I'm in right now, he can be a really good guy. He doesn't hit me. Him and Dylan got into a pushing match once, which I think most men and sons do that. But I don't believe that Glenn, my husband now, has ever had an ounce of respect for my son. And he said to me, because I told him, I said, you don't like him. I can tell. He said, well, he doesn't respect me. And I told him, I said, how can he respect you when you don't do anything with him? You haven't bonded with him. You don't, he can feel it, Glenn. I mean, people feel when somebody doesn't like you, you know it, right? He's very controlling. He tries to manipulate me. And I've been down this road before. And nobody is going to do this to me again. And when it comes to my kids, that is, I don't even know if I can say it without getting in a lot of trouble. But I did tell the police, and he had a body camera on. And all he did was smile at me. Because I told him, I said, the police know my voice. The police they know my son's voice. And that's sad. But I don't know why it's not working for you. What? You might be talking to somebody else. I don't know. You might be talking to me. But when it comes to my kids, what I went through with my older kids, I told the policeman about it. And I told him. The cop said, promise me. And he looked at me right in the eye and he said, you promise me right now that if anything happens, if he raises his voice, you call me. I am coming right back. I said, okay. I said, but if anything happens to my son, you better get here before I can get my gun. And I told the cop that. I didn't care. I don't care. Because I told him, I said, if anything happens to that boy, I won't mind going to prison for the rest of my life because my life will be over. He is my life. He's the reason I'm even here. And I'll do anything I can for him. When he was a baby, like I said, his mom, she'd been through a bad childhood, right? With the abuse and everything. So, I understand why she did what she did with getting on drugs and all that. I understand that. She was trying to numb that freaking pain that a grown man caused her. But I hold the whole family responsible because the whole family freaking knew. And I found out that, and this is a fact, when my oldest daughter was 15, let's see, my ex sister in law, I'm not sure how old she was, but I'm going to put her about 40. She was still getting it from her father. A 40-year-old woman letting that happen to her at 40. Of course, the whole family were like that. I mean, my husband told me at one point during our marriage, I don't know why. Well, he was in the military and he used to jump out of airplanes. He was a paratrooper in the 82nd Airborne. Hoorah! I loved the military. Ugh, I loved it. I loved hearing the cadence, and it was just awesome. But before he had to do a jump, he would get kind of weird. He would throw up a lot. He would be sick a lot. He couldn't eat. He couldn't sleep. And it was messing with his mind. So eventually he got out of that. But it was almost like a deathbed confession. Whenever the night before he would jump, he would tell me things. And one night he told me that his sister used to come into his room at night and teach him things. And she did that with all of her brothers. And immediately I'm thinking, what the heck? And then I was thinking, somebody has done something to her to make her this way. So this all really kind of ties back into the Summer Wells case, right? Because if you look at Candace, okay, the same things were going on with her, and she got on the drugs to numb that pain. Summer was getting a lot of attention. Everybody loved Summer because she was so cute. Especially Dawn. And I believe, personally, that Candace was very jealous of the attention that Summer was getting because she wasn't getting any. I mean, there's a big difference between Candace and Summer. You are very welcome. I don't know if this helps anybody, but I sure hope it does. I really do. Well, Summer, I personally, yeah, competition. And I explained it before to people. I don't know who heard it or who didn't, but in Candace's eyes, Summer was like the other woman. If you look at it from my point of view, from the way I see it, he loved her. Dawn loved Summer more than anything. Summer loved Dawn more than anything. From when I talked to Summer, she told me she did not miss her mother. She did kind of miss Dawn, because at least he paid some kind of attention to her, even if it was bad. But being a child, she didn't really even know better, you know? And 12-step woman, I mean, help as in helping somebody to understand the clues to watch for, the way to listen to your gut instincts. And not all mothers are meant to be mothers, you know? They're just not. Some people should never have children. Well, Summer knew that he hurt her in some ways, but he showed her attention that in a way that Candace did not. And when you're a little kid, you know, you've heard the phrase that they just want attention. Any kind of attention, that's just what, they're going to get it any way they can, as long as it's attention, good or bad. You've heard people say this about kids. Kids want attention, and it doesn't matter how they get it. They're going to act out to get that attention. If that's the only way they can get it. And I'm not technology smart, and I don't study things that some YouTubers do, looking up information on people or whatever. That's just not me. I can't do it. From what I have been told by doctors, which I don't listen, I mean, they don't know everything. They don't know my body. I told my doctor for years that I was going through menopause. No, you're not. 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 Yes, I am. Finally, one time she said, I think you're going through menopause. And I said, I have been. I've been telling you that for years. And I've told doctors before, and I've told nurses, listen, it's my body. I've lived in it all this time. I know what my body is telling me. I know my body better than anybody else. And I'm telling you, this is what's wrong, or that's what's wrong. They run all kinds of freaking expensive tests, and then they come back and tell me, well, and I'm like, yeah, I told you. I've been really, really fortunate not to get the big C word, but I've been told, a long time ago that and I shouldn't be here right now. I'm very lucky, very blessed, and it's a miracle. Um, because I did lose some of my memory because I didn't have oxygen for a while. Um, but other than that, I mean, I have medical issues that, and I've thought about this too, and I want you to remember this. I believe there is a time and a place for everything. Everything happens when God wants it to happen. Firm believer in this. So why am I choosing now, of all times, to move back to Oklahoma where all my family is? Is it because I'm sick of this marriage and I want to start over where my family is? Yes, that's part of it. But is it because God is getting me to go back home because my time is coming quickly? And I want you to remember this because that is a very, very good possibility that that's why I'm going home. I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just putting that out there as a possibility. Because I was told I would not live to see Dylan, my son, be 18. I would not live to see him graduate high school. They even told him, you need to be prepared that your mom is not going to be here to see you graduate. So, for a doctor to actually tell a child that, but then doctors don't know everything because I shouldn't be here. And it's funny, when I had this, like, I don't know what it was, just, they never even really told me what it was. I took 3 different kinds of antibiotics, one right in a row. I think 2 of them was at the same freaking time. But they did lung x-rays on me, which I've had a lot of them. I've had CTs with dye, without dye. Anyway, they were very, very, it was almost like I was infected with a plague or something. The way they were dressed and the way they were away from me. Um, they said they thought I had COVID because my lungs were so bad. But I'm breathing just fine. I have a thing where I check my oxygen all the time. I have congestive heart failure. Um, and I had an EKG not too long ago. Like they do an ultrasound on your heart and all that stuff. And they said that the lady that did the test, she was telling me what she was seeing. And then they called me and said that everything was fine. So I'm like, okay, what the hell's going on? Now I'm going to be going home to the Indian clinic, which, well, I'll have to go to my tribe because it's all free and everything for Indians. that are registered and stuff, which is great. I mean, I'll get free medical and all that, but the thing is, I don't know how good their stuff is. I really don't. I had a long time ago. Um, I don't. Oh, okay. Well, that's what it was. I have three different types of arthritis, and I have oh, what's that? Oh, when old people's bones they get holy looking, and what do they call that? Good grief. Um, where it makes your bones brittle. I have that too. What are O2 oxygen stats running? Mine run about 96, 97. However, my oxygen has been a 4, and it's supposed to be 100 or 99, up in there. But when mine got down to 4 and my heart was barely breathing, osteoarthritis, um, rheumatoid arthritis, and osteoporosis. That's what it is. That's what I have. So those three bone problems. Yeah. Um. So I mean, I'm only 55. Good grief! Give me a break. I don't know. I haven't really taken very good care of myself, I guess. But it is what it is. I mean, I'm not looking at it as I'm going home to die or anything like that. I'm looking at it as I'm going home and I'm going to be what I want to be. I'm going to come and go as I please. I'm going to cook when I want. I'm going to go to bed when I want. I'm not going to have any freaking man telling me what I can and cannot do. Every man that I've ever been with has they've bought me stuff, and then if we get in an argument, they take it away. Every time. And see, that was my car. I bought the car. He was a co-signer. And the only reason that I had his name put on there, on the title, was because I had in the back of my mind, if something happens to me, it needs to be and or, you know, because I didn't want him to have a hard time trying to get rid of the car or anything as far as with my name being on it, right? Because I know how shit works. And so I had his name put on it, and I had my name taken off of it. And it's really weird to me how lately he doesn't have money to um, buy a little bit of food here or there. But I noticed today that he refilled his medications, which is good for him. I'm glad. However, my son is supporting me right now. And that's what I can't stand. Which, I mean, I am paying bills. Don't get me wrong. But with $1,000 a month, there's not a whole lot I can do. But the old man's going to be in for a rude awakening when I leave, and there is no internet and no TV and no phone or anything like that. So, I know. And see, that's the thing. I'm not sad about leaving. I'm not sad about us not being together because, like I've said before, and I know this is really, really cruel, really bad, but like I've said, the only love that I have ever had in my life was my first love and my kids. You know, you never know what love is, what love really, really is until you have a baby. When you have a baby and you give birth to that child, you instantly fall in love. There is nothing like it. I remember when my son was getting ready to have his first child, and I told him that I said, "You are going to instantly fall in love like you have never, ever felt love in your life before." And he called me crying after she was born and said, "Mom, you're right. I have never felt like this in my life. This love that I have for her." And it's true. I I can't explain it. And I don't understand why some people don't get that. Some people don't love like that with their kids. I had 3 children biologically and 8 grandkids biologically. At 42, he was a grandma, a G-ma, a glamma. You just seem too young for that, Ari. But you know, like my mom told me, I was young enough to have been Dylan's mom when I got him. I would have been an older mom, but oh, I need to plug up my thing. I forgot. Bad. Bad, that's bad. I forgot to plug my computer back in. Um, but yeah. Let me see here. I can't remember. I can do the math. Sometimes it's even hard for me to remember how old my kids are. Yes, I do. I have readings on my um on my homepage. Let's see. I am 55 and Dylan is 17. I was 38 when he was born. Okay, my daughter's 40. So she was 23 when she had him. None of my kids had children, um, before they left school or anything. I was grateful for that. But let's see, what does that say? Grammy H says I was always afraid that I wouldn't love the second as much as the first, and the third as much as the two. You're definitely wrong. I know. And, that's funny because I think we all go through that. I think we all do, Grammy H. Because you look at your baby and you think, how could I ever love this one as much as I love this one? And then you have it and it's amazing. You gotta have that. If you don't have that, 12 says, Grammy, my divorced. My parents divorced. Oh, okay. Each other. Have a son and definite favoritism for them. I was afraid that happening with my kids. That's sad. Barb. 21 when you had your first baby, Karen. A baby girl and a boy and 2 granddaughters. And I'm waiting for 2 more. Yeah, and then when my first, let's see. No, let's see. My first grandchild, my mother was in the room with my daughter. My oldest daughter lived with my mom. And my mom now is 80. And she raised my oldest grandson as her own. She adopted him. So my grandson is not only my grandson, but my brother. God knows what else. But, yeah. That's crazy. That's a crazy situation. I only have one son, and everyone knows he's my favorite. Yeah, it's funny. When I had got pregnant the third time, I didn't see a doctor till I was 7 months pregnant. I knew I was pregnant. I knew it was a boy because I carried him different. I felt different. My habits were different. And then when I got to the hospital to deliver, I was dilated to an 8 already. and the nurses were ticked off. And they had an intern waiting to catch him with a scared look on his face. And then my doctor shows up. Well, actually, it was his assistant, thank God, because come to find out, my actual doctor, after I had my son, he was plastered all over TV for doing not so nice things to his patients. Woo! My last two, let's see. My first one was born 5 days after I turned 15. She was a C section. She was 6 pounds, 9 ounces. And the doctors, here we go again with the doctors, they told me, they gave me a shot to, increase her capability on her lungs. And they said that they would deliver the next day. And she's going to be about 4 pounds and she may not live. And I thought, oh, you're so full of crap. Well, they were. They were full of crap. 6 pounds, 9 ounces, came out screaming. She was fine. Then 3 years later, I had another little girl. But she was a big girl. She was 8 pounds, 6 ounces. She was so chubby, her eyes were barely open. Oh, she's so sweet. And I had 11 months later, I had a little boy. Yeah, they're actually called Irish twins because they were born in the same year. So, or within a year. And he was 8 pounds, 4 ounces. Or were they 8'4" and 8'2"? I'm not sure. But my son, when he was born, was 2 feet tall. It was like 24 inches long. And he had a size 1 foot for a baby's shoe. The last that I knew of my son, he was like 6'3", I believe. He's very, very tall. Oh, Barb, I'm sorry. That must have been hard. I can't imagine. Yeah, my kids are taller than me too. All of them. And but I'm like 5'3", so maybe 5'2", but I used to be taller, but I had to have my back um, replaced with metal, and somehow or another that shrunk me. So I'm full of titanium rods and plates and all that stuff, screws and Why didn't they make you go to the geriatric floor? I mean, I can understand getting you out of, if you had a stillbirth or a miscarriage or something. I don't know what your situation was, but you can, I mean, if you want to tell whatever you want to tell, um, you got a floor here. And that's the thing. A lot of people want to know, well, if there's God, why does he do this to us? Why does he take our babies and cause people to hurt babies? And I always say everything is a lesson. Life is just a big lesson. And it's a test of faith that we have. I mean, you could lose your baby and you could say, you have to go through that grief. You have to. You have to face it. You have to go through your grief and everything. Hi, Dreamcatcher. And you have to move past it. You'll never forget that baby. You never do. You're not supposed to. But whatever you're going through, you have to be able to give it to God. And you have to ask for Him to show you the way to go from here. Because, like I say, without God, we are nothing. We get our strength from God. We get our lives from God. No matter what we're going through, He's not going to leave us. He's the only one we can really, truly depend on. Because men, and I don't mean just men, but I mean humans, us people, we are all sinners, but we all have faults, and we can't completely trust each other, and that's sad. We have to have people we can trust. Everything that happens we need to use as a learning tool and grow from it. And don't let somebody that you love die in vain. It's like I've said before, I would love to start a brick road where everyone who has died from certain things, like all the people who's died from COVID, have their names carved in brick. Like if people could buy one brick and put that and make a road out of it, make something special. If you've lost somebody and your family, a grandparent or whatever, plant a tree for them. donate a park bench. Um, Something that they love to do, make it something that they loved. Like if they loved to watch the birds, um, if you can't do something for like a bird sanctuary, like um, put a park bench there or something big. I mean, I don't know. That's probably pretty expensive. If you can't do that, put up a birdhouse for them in memory of them in your yard. It can be something very small. Doesn't have to be expensive. Any little thing that you want to do just to remember that person, do it in honor of them, even if it's a little bitty thing. I don't know how to put my PayPal link in here. I really don't. I really don't. My mods should be able to do it. I don't know if they can or not. Um, they're supposed to be able to, but I don't know if they know how. You know what I mean? Um, I don't know how to do those things. I'm not technology smart. And also, I don't think I can do it from this side. My son might be able to, but. And it's funny because the other day, well, I don't know, it was a week ago, something like that. He told me that he had his debit card out and he thought he put it back in the little sleeve thing in his wallet, but he didn't. And he dropped his wallet, picked up his wallet. Well, he realized that he dropped it. So he went back and he found it, picked it up. The card was gone. So he immediately called to cancel his card. So now he has no way of paying for or buying anything. And I said, well, I bet you don't do that again. It's crazy. I don't know either. I mean, the only thing, I mean, I know what it is. It's going across the bottom of the screen, and it's PayPal me period backslash in Sherry's opinion. But I don't know as far as like a link you just click on. I don't know. I don't know links. Normally Marcy does that stuff for me, but I don't know if she's in here anymore or not. She's pretty savvy on that computer, boy, I'll tell you. She might be older, but she knows what she's doing. I have a GoFundMe too. I don't know how to link that, so there's probably nothing in that because I haven't done anything with it. I don't know how. Karen, are you leaving? Does it not just go through the superstar? I don't know. Oh, thanks, Barb. Thank you for that. See? Um, I have your PayPal link. Um, well, let me hang on, I'll give you a wrench and you can put it in the where'd you go? There you are. Okay. You are a moderator, so you should be able to put it in there. Because I don't, I think you have to be a moderator. What does a monetized mean? Um, I really don't know. I really don't know. Um, I know they monitor you bit more, like on the words that you use, and if it's like this video will not um will not be monetized. They won't monetize it. I can tell you because if you say anything about anything bad, they won't monetize it. They don't do that. And see, I've gotten paid one time from YouTube, and it's called AdSense, and it was $159 is what I got. That's for the whole time I've ever been on YouTube. That's weird. Your comment disappeared. But I really, Tammy, I don't know really what the difference is, other than you have to be careful about your language and stuff. It means you make money off ads. Oh, really? I ain't making money off of ads. Do they play ads on my videos? Because I've never noticed if they do. Has anybody seen ads on my videos? Um, yeah, you can put it in the chat. I'm looking to see. Oh, I can't see it on here. I'll have to look on here on my phone. But let's see. Um, okay. Anointed praise. If you say something, I can see if you are you got your wrench. Because it doesn't show up on my side of the YouTube thing on my live, but it shows up on my phone if I'm like watching it. Yeah, you got your link, your wrench. Yes, because you gave me the blue link. I did? I don't know how to do links. And I don't think I can do them when I'm on this side. That's weird. There you are. Yeah. Um, and does anybody know, are your, is your like membership thingies, your little crystals that you're supposed to have, do they change colors every month like they're supposed to? I'm just curious. The ads aren't on live videos only. Hmm. Wow. See, you guys know this stuff, and I don't know. Oh, it's crazy. Yeah, I don't know how a lot of this stuff works. I wished I was more tech savvy. There is a program out there that you can, like a little class thing you can take. Oh, and there, when we got our cell phones, I can't remember which one it was, but they're Apple iPhones, and the lady at the counter said, "You can take these classes." And I thought, classes to work a phone? I grew up where you had a rotary phone that was hooked to a wall with a long curly cord. I remember when cable first came out, cable TV, and you had these big boxes with the long string, and you'd have to push these buttons down, and then, I mean, it was totally ridiculous. Yeah, Eve is smart little cookie, ain't she? She is so pretty. To be young again. Yeah, she can't even be 30. I'm telling you. There's no way. I don't know how old she is. I'm not going to ask her, but you were in the second grade when cable came out. I was in, well, I was about 11 years old. So I don't remember. I don't remember what grade I was in. I remember when Elvis Presley died. My mom was in the bedroom making the bed. It must have been on a Sunday. I don't know. Maybe not. But she always did a lot of housework, like changing sheets and stuff on Sundays. But I went in there and I said, "Mom, Elvis Presley died." And she said, "Oh, he did not." And I said, "Yeah, it's on the news." She came in there and she looked. She's, "Well, I'll be damned." Is Lexapro an antidepressant? See, I have a medicine that I take that is for um, tremors because I have like Parkinson's. And if I don't take that pill every day, oh my gosh. And every day that I'm not taking that pill, it gets worse and worse and worse and worse. And I remember I had an uncle, one of my dad's brothers. Well, come to find out, I think it was my dad's mother. She had it too. But back then, these people, I don't know, they didn't go to doctors and get diagnosis and stuff. They just go off the deep end. They did. I mean, they wouldn't go get um, if they ain't dying, they're not going to the doctor. It's crazy. The king has left the building. Yeah. Sorry, I was reading your chat. I will never forget where I was when 9/11 happened. I'm sure a lot of people won't forget. I wonder if she's going to get my PayPal thing put in the link, or if she's having a hard time. Wonder if she's okay. Suspicious Minds? Elvis Presley? He was pretty damn hot at one time, wasn't he? He was. You were having surgery when Elvis died? Oh, man, I tell you what. I was driving down the highway, going to work. I was in Tulsa. And I heard about the first plane. And I pulled up to work, parked my car, heard about a second one. Dreamcatcher, I probably would have named my son Elvis. My son was born on Valentine's Day. And I thought about naming him his middle name, Valentino. It would have really fit good too. It would have been perfect. But she's already been here. Eve already came and left. You didn't get to see Eve? Dang. That sucks. But she's been hanging out a lot with me, and I've been hanging out a lot over there at her channel. She's just amazing. She is just really, really awesome. I'm learning a lot from her, and a lot of the things that I say, she'll say something and I'm like, oh, that makes sense now. She's really, really good. Yeah, when 9/11 happened, it was that second plane hit, and I thought, "Oh, no. Oh my god." I went into the store and got all the little TVs that we had in the store and took them to different departments so everybody could keep up with what was going on. And that's about all we did all day at work was watch this unfold. And then the Pentagon was hit, and I thought, oh no, World War III, here we go. That's what I was thinking. And watching people jumping out of those buildings was the hardest thing. That was hard. That was so hard. I can't imagine, you know, the I felt so I felt it. I mean, their fear, they knew they weren't going to survive that fall, but they wanted out of that building so bad. That was, oh my gosh. And they played it over and over and over, and it was too much. They should have never done that. It was just, I mean, oh, it was terrible. And I thought about the firefighters and the police and all these people. I was a wreck. I mean, I was in Oklahoma, miles away, but I really was hurting for that state and all those people. And the husband I have now, his birthday is 9/11, September 11th. And for a long time after 9/11, I wouldn't leave my house on 9/11. I didn't. I wouldn't go out anywhere in the public. I don't know why. And it's like when they had a mass shooting, I think it was the first one I ever heard about. But this happened, they had mass shootings at schools back in the 30s. I didn't know that, but they did. I seen it on a documentary. But when my kids were going to elementary school, and they had that mass shooting thing, I don't remember where it was at. I think it might have been California or something. I did not send my kids to school that next day. I couldn't. I was so scared. That's when I taught my kids, because I already knew this from my husband being in the military. I taught my kids to, if they ever heard anything like firecracker sounds or gunshots, to just drop to the ground. Best thing to do, get down flat on the ground, and you honestly, you really, 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 at the time this is going on, that's about all you can do is tell everybody, get down, get down. Because if you get up to run to try to help somebody, you have a chance of getting shot, you know? So, yeah, this video is full of stuff that, I mean, it's happened. It's been out there. It's been on the news. I don't know why we can't talk about it. I mean, how many times did we watch people jump out of those freaking towers? There was this lady that I can't remember if her husband was a police officer or a firefighter or something. I can't remember. I think he might have been a firefighter. But he um, rescued a lady and went back in to try and rescue more people. This lady was that he rescued, she was pregnant. And when she had her baby, she named her baby after this man. And that was the coolest story because this lady said, you know, she wasn't sad. She was sad that her husband wasn't there anymore, but she was proud of him because he died doing what he loved. And he saved a baby. He saved not one life, he saved two. He saved the mama and the baby. And when he went back in to get the next person, the building fell. But she said that was just his destiny. And it's true. We know when we're born, when we're born, before we're born, we're destined to do something. What is it? That's what we're here to find out. I know. Barb, they're getting sick from all the stuff that they've breathed in. I know I'm not a conspiracy channel, but I definitely do believe that that was planned. Oh, there she is. Yeah, we were just. I was kind of worried. I didn't know if you was okay or not. Do a lot of you watch YouTube on your phone? I used to make YouTube. Well, I do still. I mean, if I make a video, I use my phone to make the video on. Which is crazy. But they come out better than they do. Oh, you got a phone and an iPad? When I make videos, they come out better on my phone than they do on the computer doing lives. I've noticed the picture is better on my videos. I need to get some kind of different lighting or something. I don't know. I just I I'm all natural, I guess, because I don't edit. I don't have all these fancy things, so I don't know how to do a lot of things. So I just okay, Barb. I just do what I can. I guess I should have asked Barb before she left if she knew how to put my link in there. My son woke me up this morning before he went to work. And he's like, I'm out of my medicine. I don't know what to do. I don't have any way to get money. Because he had to go to work at 8 o'clock. The bank don't open till 9. The bank closes at 3, and he don't get off until 5. And I said, well, welcome to my world. And it just kind of cracked me up. But I will be so glad to get out of here. I will. I mean, the only thing that's really affecting me right now is my dogs, because I'm home with them all day, every day, all the time. And I won't be anymore. And I know that they're going to go through a grieving process, and I don't like that. I am a big time dog person. Cats are fine. I don't have anything against them, but I'm a dog person. I love my dogs. And they're like my therapy, kind of, you know. They know when I'm sad, and they try to love me, and just if you have depression and you do not have a cat or a dog that you can bond with, I mean, it has to be one that you can bond with. You need to have one, because honestly, I'm not a doctor, not a therapist. I've been in therapy forever, but if you are petting an animal, a dog or a cat, I know, Grammy. My daughter has two cats, and she doesn't have a fenced-in yard. And my dogs, they're indoor dogs. I don't want an outdoor dog. I mean, it'd be okay if I lived on a farm or something. But my dogs, I don't feel like when you have a dog out in the backyard that it's getting the attention that it needs. People get tired of going out there and feeding them and watering them, and they don't, their water's dirty. Their food is covered in bugs. I don't like it. They're not getting the attention that they deserve if they're outside all the time. And when somebody ties up a dog or cages a dog, I get upset. I'll just put it nicely as possible. Yeah. That's sad, Kimmy, because that's where I'm going now, is into a place where I can't have them. Oh, my neighbor has a toy Australian Shepherd, and her name is Sophie, and she is the sweetest little thing. She is so sweet. Oh, yeah. My dog sleeps right next to me. And she's got pit bull in her. She's part pit and part black lab. And I have another one, but she's like she's kind of like a Collie is what she's a collie mix of some kind. All of my dogs are rescues. I like rescues. That's where my heart goes. And I'm partial. Now, these two I got when they were pups, but I'm partial to senior dogs because everybody wants a puppy. Everybody wants a puppy. But the puppy pees and the puppy poops and the chews up things. And you know why? Because it's not getting the attention that it needs. I can potty train a dog, a little puppy, in just a couple of times taking it. You have to dedicate some time. And when people adopt animals or buy puppies, stuff like that, they need to realize that's a commitment for life of that pet. That means no matter what happens to that animal depends on you to love it, to teach it, to train it, to take care of it. Thank you, Anointed Praise. But when you get a pet, when you get a dog or any kind of animal that you're passionate about, you can't just say, oh, I'm sick of this dog. I'm going to put it outside and it's going to stay out there. And why have it? Why have it? I have had many dogs in my life. But right now, where I'm going, it's breaking my heart. It really is breaking my heart. My daughter has 2 cats. I don't know. I would love to get a house, just a small 2-bedroom house for me and Dylan with a little fenced-in backyard. And that's what I'm going to look for when I go down there. I don't know how the hell we're going to do it. I really don't. I mean, I'm going to go to the Indians and I'm going to see what I can get done, get help to get us some housing assistance. And if I can get a little house or, I don't want to get an apartment and have the dogs because my collie mix, she barks at everything. The pit, she's really quiet. She's about 60 pounds. She's so sweet. She's so sweet. But she's fast. And she will protect me. But then again, she wants me to protect her. If I get upset and I start raising my voice, she hides under the bed. And that hurts me when she does that. And I have to talk to her and get her to come out and let her know it's okay. And I can't go down there, get settled, and then get another animal when I know I've got these 2. I can't do that. Now, I love getting the senior dogs that people are sick of, or a dog that has not had a good life, because I want to give that animal all the love and spoiling in the last years of their life. When I took my mom's dog and I said, screw it, I'm taking her. Um, I am moving from Kansas back to Oklahoma. It's an 8-hour drive, but I don't know where I'm going. I mean, we might have to, we're going to put our stuff in storage and we're going to see. My son's got all this reserved, the truck and the storage unit. And that stuff alone, those two things alone, was like $900. And the only reason that he had that was because um, about a month ago, something like that, he backed into a car. It was parked like it was going down the road, and he was parked, pulled up into a parking lot. And when he backed up, I don't know if it was that he slipped because it had snowed. But anyway, he got almost $2,000 for repairs to his truck. And he says, Mom, I think I'm just going to take the money because the truck didn't, I mean, it's not really that bad. It's just the bumper, it kind of misplaced the bumper a little bit in the back. And he said, I'm going to go ahead and take this money and we'll use this to move. I said, Dylan, you don't need to. He said, Mom, he said, either way, when I turn 18, I was going to leave anyway. So I'll have to pay for it one way or the other. Hey, Ty, how are you? There's my co host. I'll give you a link, Ty, if you want to come up here. I know I should be packing, but yeah, everything's okay. I'm just oh, you're in a truck? Okay. You're all right then. I know. I need to be packing. I've been on here for a while. Um it's just that's the hardest part for me is leaving my doggies. I think if it was just Sweet Pea, the pet, I'd be okay. I can maintain her real easy. She's an excellent dog. Excellent. But the other one has ADHD. That's what we say. We call her Spaz. Her name is Missy though. Her name is Missy, and we call it ADHD. And I was also told, somebody told me in chat that I could get a medication for her, but I don't know about that. I don't know. It's a thought though. But anyway, what I was saying was my daughter has had COVID, and she has a husband and 3 kids. Well, that's where we were going to stay, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to or not because of the COVID thing. So we may have to stay in a hotel for a while. And I was thinking we could get one of those that you can rent by the week or whatever. Um, I'm hoping by the time we leave, we're going to leave here Saturday. Um, I'm hoping she'll be okay. And we'll see. I don't want to stay with her for very long. I really don't. I don't like to stay with my kids because, like I told her, I said, I don't want to mess with your all's lifestyle and your schedules and what you're doing with your life. I don't want to interrupt that. And she said something about, well, Mom, if you come, you realize you're going to have to watch the kids. I said, yeah. I said, that's not a problem because they'll be homeschooling because of COVID. Um, my son in law is in college and my daughter works. She likes it that way. She makes very good money, what she does. Um, not enough to help me or anything, and I wouldn't want her to. She has three little kids, and it really, really sucks. I mean, my husband was making great money, bringing home 50, 16, $1,700 a week. Plus, I was getting money. Plus, my son was working, doing his thing. It was good. And then I had a fit and I got arrested and shit hit the fan. It's crazy. Yeah, I've thought about that too with the emotional dog um, support thing. Dispatching job? Wow, I didn't know I could do that from home. That's a thought. Because yeah, I don't mind working. But yeah, I do it from home. Hubby is off work and there's a snowstorm. Ugh. Hmm. Yeah, I'm hoping and praying that we don't get any bad weather because I really don't want to deal with it. Do I have a mod in here? Because there's a bot. I'm glad I don't have a fast chat because if I did, I would be screwed. There, I got it. Oh boy. No, it says they're blocked for 5 minutes. No, they shouldn't be blocked for 5 minutes. They should be blocked forever. That's weird. Oh, you can't see that good. Um, Weird. I don't know. Barb, are you a mod? I know you got a lot of crap going on too. But see, if I was doing a reading or if it was going fast, I wouldn't be able to keep up. Because when I'm doing a reading, a lot of times I've closed my eyes. Um, I don't know why I do that. It's like you see some psychics and they have a piece of paper and a pen and they're just making circles or um let's see. They just all do a different thing, I guess, to get in that zone, or I don't know what to call it. Oh, it's your first day. Is it really? Y'all are so sweet. I have such a good bunch of people over here. I can't thank you guys enough for supporting me, and y'all are just so nice to each other. Yes, as a mod. And I like doing lives because I can talk to you guys. I mean, I know you're having to type, but I'm reading it and I'm responding, and I don't mind answering any questions you have. Oh, thank you. I love you guys too. You know, that's one thing when I started this was kind of like I wanted it to be kind of like my therapy. Um, Grammy, I think she said, um, yeah, I knew what you meant. I believe she said she might finish it tonight. I'm not sure. I know my husband's been really irritated with me lately. Like last night I was downstairs doing a live, and I come up the stairs and it's completely dark. I have boxes everywhere. So it's like, okay, what are you trying to do? You trying to get me to trip over these boxes or what? Because I couldn't see. So I came in the living room and I was making a bunch of noise. Of course, he's sleeping on the couch. He's doing this to irritate me because he could go to bed and go to sleep. And I could do things in here to kind of pack or whatever. But if he's in here, he knows I can't because it'll be too noisy and it'll wake him up. So he's just doing it to irritate me. Yes, Grammy, that was really fun over there at hers, at Eve's place. True Crime with Eve. Boy, she is so cool. She's so on it. She is a smart girl. I'm going to learn a lot from Eve, I'm sure. I mean, I really have already, but I don't know. She's just really good. Get up and do it anyway. He can go to bed. Well, And he gets this look on his face, like like if looks could kill. Mm, mercy. Such a jerk. But then again, he can turn around and be nice and, I don't know, bring you home a 50-cent can of pop that he gets at work, you know, because he knows you haven't had anything all day. I don't know. Well, too bad I'm leaving. You know what? He should have treated me better, right? I mean, do not try to manipulate me. Yeah, you're right, Grammy. I mean, I don't like, and he knows this. We talked before we got married. We lived together for years before we got married. And it wasn't good then either. And I said some things before I got arrested that I shouldn't have said, but I meant them. I didn't want to get married again. Never. I did it once. And I did tell him I will never get divorced again. And look what I'm doing. That's a long time. But you know what I try to tell people? If you're going through a situation like this, get things like put in a overnight bag or a backpack or something like that. If you work outside the home, take it to work, store it there, keep it locked up at work. If you don't work, or if you don't want to take it to work, give it to somebody you know that you can trust that doesn't particularly like him. Make sure you have a little bit of money in that bag, clothes, not everything, just a change of clothes, your birth certificate, your social security card. Right now, see, I got a ton of paperwork that I need to go through. I've been shredding paper like crazy. Yeah, that's my rule. That is my number one rule. Never say never. Because as soon as you say never, you're going to do it. Or it will happen. You know what I mean? Every time. It just, oh, I don't know. And hindsight is always 2020. You know, you may not know now why things are working out the way they are. But when it's over, you'll know. You'll look back and you'll be able to see. I don't even think he has a retirement. I don't know. You know, my biggest thing I just don't want to be responsible for any of his debts. That's terrible. You can't feel comfortable. And I mean, they say you should never feel comfortable. You just never know. I know, but isn't that sad that you're with somebody that you can't feel comfortable with and let your guard down? If you can't do that, you're in the wrong place. You know, that's just, that's funny. Well, the thing is, um, anointed praise. I do not know um, what the Indians are going to require for me to get help, and there's there's really no point in me staying married to him. I mean, if I'm not going to be here. And have any of you ever, I like keepers or 401k? I don't know. Um, he has a lot of medical bills because he thinks that he needs to run to the doctor all the time for crap. He gets a hangnail. Oh, I'm gonna lose my finger. I need to go to the doctor. Oh. You know what? I had 2 babies, unmedicated. I didn't get no medication. I didn't want it. I could do that. You're a big, strong man. Take it like a man. Well, pretty much, yeah. No, what it is let me tell you a story, and this is the God's honest truth. I was in ICU for 5 days. I about died. Um, that's when my oxygen was basically nothing, and my heart was barely breathing or beating, and they took me. Um, you got to remember, I'm in a real rural place. I mean, farmland. So they put me in an ambulance and took me to a different hospital because this hospital wasn't capable of taking care of me. And my doctor knew I was going to die. And when she found out that I was coming to her for a checkup after I got out of the hospital, she hugged me. She had tears. She was so glad. She said, I thought you were going to die. I didn't know what to do. And we didn't have the capabilities. And I mean, it was bad. It was really bad. Okay. Well, when I was in ICU, the doctor came in after some tests were done. And he was talking about my heart. And my husband said, yeah, I've had heart issues and da, da, da. And I said, no, you have freaking high blood. I was cussing. High blood pressure. I said, Glenn, we're talking about congestive heart failure. I am the one who is in I see you in a fucking hospital. I was mad. Oh, God, I was mad. I said, can we just talk about me for a second? Because he does this all the time. He will go into the convenience store up here in this town and he will talk about himself instead of saying, hey, Joe, how you been? How's the wife and kids? Haven't seen you in a while. Everybody doing all right? No, that's not what he does. He's like, hey, guess what I bought? Or, look how sick I am. Or, it's just him, 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 him. That's called a narcissist. That's what he does. Drives me nuts. And I have just, I can't take it anymore. Woe is me, yeah. And that's the way it's going to be when I leave. Oh, she just took everything I had. And no, I took what was mine. You didn't have shit. You had curtains hanging in your house that were duct taped. I took them down and put up new curtains. Whenever I wasn't even living with him, I was babysitting his dog when he went to Colorado one time and to see his parents. And I told her, he told me, when I go to visit my parents, I'm going to visit my parents, so don't call me. That was pretty shitty, I thought. Just that one little bitty statement. And really, I knew in my gut that it wasn't a good situation. I did. I really, really did. And I told him one time, because we fight all the time, I told him, I said, you are driving me away. And it kind of opened his eyes for a while. And we started going to church and all this stuff. And it was good for a while. And I had a falling out with the church because Dylan needed his medication. Glenn was between jobs again, once again. And I asked the church if they could get his prescription filled for me. If they could pay for it. It was $100 without insurance. We didn't have insurance. We didn't have nothing. We didn't have $100. This was, I'm pretty sure this was before I got disability even. But I don't remember for sure about that. But I asked the church for help, and they told me, you need to go to the Salvation Army. And that pissed me off. That was my church. Well, we got married. And that really hurt. So, God is everywhere. And I loved my church because the preacher said one time, he said, this is just a building. This building is just a cover for us from the wind and the rain. He said we could go outside and I can preach there. We can worship outside because God is everywhere. And I believe that. I always have. You don't have to have a church to pray. I mean, yeah, I do believe. I believe God hears all prayer. Oh, are you kidding me? That is cruel. They shouldn't have asked you to step down. They should have got you help. Your church is supposed to lift you up. That's your church family. They always say they are a church family. But we're family. We're your church family. That's what I heard all the time. Church family. And I would go to church Sundays. I would go to church Wednesday night, my favorite Bible study. I loved Bible study. And I told the preacher this. I said, I enjoy Bible study more than I enjoy church. But one night when I was in Bible study, almost the whole entire time, it was nothing but gossip. So and so, so and so, so and so, so and so, just, and I stood up. I was pissed. And I said, is this Bible study or is this gossip corner? I came here to study the Bible, not to hear gossip. I was so mad. That's just, I used to not have a voice, and now I'm overusing it. But it's like, don't, but this is a little bitty, itty bitty, teeny tiny town. I'd be surprised if there was even 1,000 people in this entire county. And it's a big county. It's just fields, fields of nothing, fields of wheat and corn and Milo and hay and cows. It's awful. But yeah, that really upset me. It's like these older women were in there gossiping, and I didn't like it. I wanted to learn. That's why I went to Bible study, was to learn and talk and worship with these people. That's true. And I really want to go to my uncle's church when I get there, when I get back home. I won't understand anything they're saying because it's all in Native American. But I would like to interview my uncle and put it on here onto YouTube. So everybody can see. Maybe he'll let me preach one day. I'm not licensed a preacher or anything like that, but I can do it. I would love to do it. I think the first thing I'd say is, when I got up there, is, hi, my name is Sherry, and I'm a sinner. I'm a sinner. But they wouldn't understand that, so I'd just say I'm a sinner. And you're a sinner. And you're a sinner. And we're all sinners. And I won't even write anything down. I'll just speak from my heart. It's the best way to do it. I would enjoy that very much, to preach just a little bit, you know. Of course, once I get started, it's hard to stop because everybody has a purpose. And I'm not done fulfilling my purpose. I want to be a grandma to my grandchildren. And, you know, who knows? Who knows how much time anybody has? Doctors have been wrong with a lot of people. They've been wrong with me a lot. And I don't even worry about what they say. You know, I know me. I ain't done. I ain't done yet. I got some preaching to do. It would definitely be recorded because they record um all their preaching and stuff. It's always recorded. And I think I told you guys where my father is buried, and I told you wrong. Um, it's not in Eufaula, Oklahoma. It's in Hannah, Oklahoma. And I don't even know if there's anybody lives there anymore. Um, that town, I remember back in the day, but I was baptized in Hannah, with my mother. Me and my mother got baptized together, and we were bawling like babies. But it wasn't. It's what causes people to cry in church is the Holy Spirit. That's what it is. You know, I said I'd never shove the Bible down anybody's throat, and I don't mean to. I just want everybody to understand God is everywhere. He will never forsake you. He will never leave you behind. He will never break a promise. He will always love you no matter what you do. I do. That's that when you know God in your heart for real, you want other people to feel that joy too. You want other people to be able to have that eternal love. You don't want others to not be able to feel the warmth and the power, the love of God. When you know His love, you want to share it with others. It's so special. It's just like when we were talking earlier about having babies. You think, how am I going to love the next one as much as I do the first? but you do. And that's how He is with us. So when you do things in life, always remember what He would want you to do. Yeah, the indigenous women. Yeah. And I want to be able to cover more of the Native Americans' traditions, their needs, their opinions. I really, really want to get into that. You're back. AB covers them. Well, I don't know if AB is actually um a registered Native American, but I am. So I would probably have better access to the tribes because uh, going on a reservation, white men aren't welcome. They have different laws than Native Americans. And the reason why is because Native Americans have been pushed out of their own land, their own country. And we'll see what God has planned for me in the coming future. Let me see if I can find something for you. I know I can. Um, I can find my uncle's church here. I gotta think. Think. Hmm. Let me think. I am looking for my uncle's church. I'm trying to think how on my phone. How do I get to my who I subscribe to? Let's see. My channel. I don't know how to get to who I subscribe to. I'm looking for it. I am looking for shoot. Oh, come on. I really don't know how to find it. Is my brain just not working, I guess? I don't know. It's a little church. It's a little bitty church. But aren't those the best? Let's see if I can. I put his name in, but because I can't remember what the name of the church is. Let me see. I wonder if I can do this. I don't know if I can do this or not. Let me check. Let me see. Okay. What is this? How do I make it bigger? Entire screen? Come on. It'd be this one, I think. Get bigger. Shoot. That's not what I want. Shoot. Ooh. That's weird looking. Alright, let's see if I video, let's see, video, oh, I don't know about that. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that. I'm looking for, let's see, sharing works best on a good computer. Well, are you trying to tell me my computer is bullcrap? Some screens let you share. Oh, went away. Video file, slides, share screen. How do I find? Oh, gosh. No. What's that do? I don't know what that is. Oh. No, I need, That's not what I want. That's not what I wanted. Let's see. What does this do? I'm looking. I don't know if you can hear me, but I hope you can. Well, what's that do? Shit. Shoot. Let me see. Nope. Well, poop. That. Yeah. Ew. Ew. Oh my god. Okay, that's freaky. Wow. Ooh, that is bad. Oh, no. Mm. Okay, I'll type it. Sorry. No. To log out. Oh. Now. Oh, please. And I will be back tomorrow. Oops. Thursday. Note. Thanks. Love y'all. Oops. Sorry, Ari. Oh boy. Let's see if I can. I was really. Okay. You can hear me? I got unmuted. That's weird. Oh gosh. So sweet. So nice.